Hey, John, how's it going? For those who don't know Jonathan Ong, if we've already got the shout out, that's excellent. For those who don't know Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic content creator as well. Does a lot of music stuff, a lot of fun stuff over there. So the thing I'll hold up that's different between like Jonathan Ong's like music and a lot of other music channels is you've got tons of channels out there where, you know, they pull out a violin or a piano or a saxophone or whatever and they play the song, which again, way more talented than I'll ever be.
What a beautiful morning. Okay, time to work.
Hush. You know, way more talented than I'll ever be and all that stuff. And amazing content and all that. Jonathan Ong takes it to like a whole next level. Because it's not just, hey, here's a bunch of songs I know, I'm gonna play them. Instead, Jonathan will be like, okay, you know, you request... Yep, and then the pony fun stuff. But definitely has the stuff where it's like, you know, someone will request a song and it's like, well, I haven't played this before. And we'll sit down there and like start listening to it, and we'll, having never played this song before, like never done it before, over the course of like half an hour-ish, correct me on that timing if I'm wrong, half an hour-ish, take a song that they've never played before, might be their first time hearing it at all, and go through and get to the point where they're like playing all the different instrumental parts and all that kind of stuff. And it's, I wonder how you would classify that, because it's not just like a straight up cover or whatever. It's kind of its own interpretation of it. Because, you know, obviously if they're playing with one instrument and John doesn't have that, there will be a different instrument used. And sometimes there's little bits of differences there and all that kind of good stuff. But it's really ongified. Yeah, but it's really, really amazing to watch. Like, very, very talented. So it is a whole additional step over, you know, playing something that you've played 1,000 times and you're familiar with. But being able to be like, yep, I will take a new song I have maybe never heard or played it before. Someone will choose it, you know, and John will sit there and listen, and it'll like, you know, I don't even know how. I have a background that includes some music, but never like actually like schooling and all that. Like I mean, I've got my guitar like right behind me here and everything, which I definitely played recently and is not collecting dust. But it's like one of these things. You'll just be like it's almost like having this whole line chart thing, and I'm sure there's an entire structure that people within the music industry or having that type of training would know what that means. I'm just like, yep, I don't know what any of these notes mean, because it's not like what letter or chord it is. There's more to it. I can just listen to it, go through that, like starts playing one part, goes through, okay, that part's done, starts playing the other part, mixes them, and just ridiculously amazing. And it also has like lots of fun effects, like when playing on the piano, like lasers come out of the pianos and all that stuff. Alright, will you get that food? Will you get that food, Blind? And thank you again for the raid. And again, check out Blind IRL, check out Jonathan Ong, both fantastic content creators. Very different content. You've got like Dwarf Fortress, retro graphics, dry wit, and then you've got, you know, the fun chaos musical masterpiece talent on the other end. Very different creators, both very excellent and worth checking out. I actually just started the VOD to get checking out All Will Fall. I probably should actually introduce myself. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense on that. I don't play that much Project Zomboid these days. Every once in a while we break it out. But I do play like a lot of simulation, city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, the occasional roguelite, your slice of life sim, so you know your Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands. It is a very, very wide range of games I play. I do tend to hop into a game, become obsessed with it for a week, finish literally all the content that has left of it, kick it to the side, and then get some... Yeah, I sometimes do survival crafters as well, but like really all over the place. But I do tend to do that, so we actually get through a lot of games very quickly in this channel, quite often. Recently we did a full Factorio playthrough of Space Age, we did some Crime Scene Cleaner, we did, oh, there's been like... I literally already just listed them. We did Dredge, we did... Not recently, but we did Dredge. We did a full playthrough. What was the other ones recently? Oh, we did some 2 Point Museum, we did some Galacticare. So we do a huge range. We did a Stardew Valley Tileman Challenge where you start where you can only walk on tiles you buy one by one. So, yeah, we did Blossom, Seed of Life. So it's definitely we get through a lot. But today we're going to be checking out, for at least the first half of stream, All Will Fall, which is a physics-based city builder. That the idea is the planet is flooded, you know, the world is kind of falling and we're building upon the ruins. But you kind of have to anchor your cities on the skyscrapers poking out of the ocean. And it's physics enabled where you can kind of build out, but if you get too ambitious and build too high, suddenly half your city just fell into the ocean and all that stuff. And so this will be our first time checking that out. I will probably do that for half the stream, and then we'll put up a poll. And if people are, like, vibing with this, we can certainly do more. If people are like, okay, maybe not, we can do something else. We got plenty of options. But with that said, one thing I like to do when we play a game for the first time is I do like to quickly pop into settings and check for any accessibility stuff. So we got, like, the ability to turn on and off screen shake, which I appreciate. I also appreciate that's a slider, so if you don't mind screen shake, but maybe it's a little too much, you can just tone it down, and all that kind of stuff. That's the big accessibility one we see there. You have UI scaling, which I didn't change this. It already starts maxed out. But I do like some UI scaling. 3D tricky towers, something like that. We've got our various volume settings. And our controls, which we have... looks like we have support for keyboard, mouse, and joystick. And controller and all that. So, good stuff there. So with that said, let's start a brand new game. Okay. This appears like it might be mission-based. Alright. So, fresh start. Our life on land is finished. It's nothing but a wasteland filled with raiders and empty cities. But there may be still some hope for us, somewhere out there across the endless water. What do you think? Maybe this rusted old boat can take us to our new home, Captain? Sure. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, also it's like watching it flipping around is like that boat's not making forward progress. That boat is just being thrown. Alright. Getting started. Click on this title to get more information. If you need more information on how something works, you can always click on the event title at the top left corner of the screen or open old events in your event log. Got it. What's next? We have WASD. The good news is, even though it's saying WASD, so I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, I use a Dvorak keyboard. So even though I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard, the keys in the position where WASD would be, are working fine. Okay, so the... Gotcha. So we have classic controls, which is right click is up and down, and the middle mount button is rotation. For this one, move camera, and that's rotation. I will try out default. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. WSD in the keyboard moves the camera. We got Q and E change the camera height. That's going to take some adjustment to it. I'm not sure I like that.
Do you think other places are doing better than us? I'm joking, But really, are they?
Okay. So we'll use the default controls. So for the tutorial, we have received no instruction of how to do literally anything in the game. We do see that we've got a need for more houses. Maybe it's because I paused the game and it wants... Okay, there we go. Gathering resources wood. Basically, it's not advancing the tutorial without unpausing. You're about to ask why not QWERTY? Then you saw a software developer in the bio. Yep. Well, even So even if you're not a software developer, it is worth considering other keyboard layouts. Obviously, if you've been using QWERTY your whole life, it's probably not worth taking the time to switch. But broadly speaking, you have like Dvorak is a very software developer-oriented keyboard layout. I believe Workman is for English typing, is a very common layout. For those who don't know the prevalence of QWERTY, it actually has nothing to do with what's good and fast for you to type. It was designed to prevent keyboard or typewriter jams, and it just became the standard that stuck around. So it's not like it's deliberately designed to be bad. It was designed to overcome a mechanical issue, and then just became the standard. But it's been very hard to get people to get adoption of other layouts. But it has been non-QWERTY layouts have been getting more and more common, primarily with foreign languages and all that, more so than anything specifically for the purposes of efficiency so much as doing that. You feel like typing class has you stuck up with QWERTY forever? It is when I did the switch. The first couple weeks were rough because it definitely felt like baby's first typing lesson. But I think it was around only about 3 months that I had gotten to a point where I was typing, basically just as good as I was with QWERTY. It honestly didn't take as long as I expected, but yeah, that first month was a rough one. Your people will automatically gather resource piles, but they must have a clear path to them. So you're just going to do it for me then. Yeah, so they're just taking care of it. But yeah, no, when you definitely do that switch at first, it is like, oh my god, why? And my motivation wasn't even typing speed or anything like that. I wanted to reduce my risk for repetitive stress injury. Find a way to get water. People can't drink seawater. Excuse me, we're surrounded by water. Why can't we drink it? We need to find some fresh water. Select stairs with the path category. Okay, so path, stairs, requires 6 wood. Alright, luckily our turns. It is so weird that the something there. But you've been thinking about switching layouts, actually? I have a lot of friends who use alternate layouts. Avoiding carpal tunnel would be a big reason for you. Yeah, and that's the thing, is people be like, what's the best layout? It's like, okay, well, what's your use case? Are you typing English words as your primary thing? This is very out-of-date information, but I know 10 years ago, I believe it was Workman was a really good layout for that. Are you doing software development? Well, Dvorak's a very good language for that. I'm sure there's been more advancements since I looked at it. But sure, it's not that salty now. That's all diluted. They should drink it. Yeah, it's gotta be fine. This much water? Come on. It'll be mildly brackish. I'm sure it's okay. None of that would be the case. And thank you for the thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. In order to reach new resources in an area, we must somehow bridge the gap. Select the wooden support block and build menu at the bottom of the screen. Then click and hold in your mouse to fill the gap. Gotcha. So we just go boom, boom, and smack. Got it. So just change the layout of the keyboard? Yes. You're not dead, thank God. Oh yeah, no. Tech at large has been a rough place for the time being. So, like, very, very much that. You can control which resource you're going to get gathered first by changing the priority. Click on the marking tool and all that. You're saying, basically, you want me to reach this. So your medium priority. Yeah, so medium priority is the default. People are hungry, so let's go high priority. Not even from a job standpoint. You don't think you can handle software development. It's not for you. Oh yeah, no, that's totally fair. I've known a lot of people who got into software dev who it was not a good fit for them. That they were just not happy doing it. I've also known people, like myself, when I started, I was on the IT side, and I thought you had to be absolutely nuts to want to do software dev. It sounded like an absolutely miserable job. Then I got into it by just happenstance, and I ended up really enjoying it. This is a city building game. Take survival, craft rap. Yeah, so it's physics based. So you see where I branched out here. The idea is eventually I'm going to need to branch out farther, where then I have to worry about the physics. And that things can collapse. Different paths for different jobs. A basic ladder is a great tool to reach high places, but comes with a walk speed penalty. So keep that in mind. Click and hold. Alright. So we have the ladder go up here. We have 8-hour online training thing due by the end of the month. I should just set aside a day and do it all. Yeah, oh man. Back in the day, Sears training. That used to be my I didn't want to work. They produced so much training stuff. So if I was just not in the mood to deal with customers, there was always more training that I was, you know, we were supposed to do when we had time. And it was definitely one of those things like, man, I'll just watch these incredibly terrible videos. Yeah, so you're collecting junk. You're getting the water. We're taking apart the wood here. You aren't allowed to do the training on the clock. You get paid for the time after you submit certificates. Ah, gotcha. Now back in the day, they specifically wanted you to train on the clock and all that. It was also a thing that a lot of us would game because we were commission, where we get something like $2 an hour, $3 an hour plus commission, and they would give you your, like, whatever your current, like, average commission for, like, the last, I can't remember, number of weeks was. So it used to be a strategy for the people who were smart about it. You'd wait till right after the big holiday rush, and then you go into training. So that way, you know, you could get that really high holiday commission and just drag it up as much as possible. Alright, so let's use explosives. There is a quick way how we can reach other resource areas. Explosives. You can use explosives to gain resources from destroyed walls. Seems like a terrible idea. Oh, I see. The idea is I clear this, but then I can't reach the stuff on the other side. So it's telling me how to do this, but we're not putting any time whatsoever into any of the stuff we need to live. Like long term. So I'm gonna probably deviate from this for a minute. So that's storage. Explosives require fuel, which we don't know how to get yet. We got food storage. Okay, so I actually can't do stuff with that. That's a pile of junk up there. This sounds like it's worthwhile training. You work directly with people with development disabilities. What's annual training? Yeah, that seems like good training. So get you built up there. You're collecting the junk here. Does it tell me where to get fuel? It mentions placing the fuel, so it wants you to place it there, but I've got to find the fuel first. So in the meanwhile, I guess we just make paths to all the resources around here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so breaking down all this stuff. Now them collecting the scrap all over the place. Ah, okay. So up there is where we've got our explosives. So we can go up there, we can collect those. Yeah, so right now the game seems to be primarily teaching me it's like, here's how you get materials, which, you know, fair enough. We're just scooping up everything. It looks like our various storage stuff carries 300 each. And I can build you, which gives me like generic material storage, so we'll go and see what all we can do there, because I'm not really sure. Yeah, so we've got our boat crashed onto here.
Building completed. And only one person lost a finger this time.
Cool. So then the assumption is I would get 2 fuel. Once I get 2 fuel, I can break stuff using explosives. And it looks like what I'm breaking is stuff like this. These like chunks of wood and all that. To gain access to new areas. That's once you finish collecting these things. Yeah, it looks like these all have limited materials and then the spots vanish. Which is fair. Oh, I didn't see that we actually did have another storage right here. It's fine. Having 2 isn't going to hurt us that bad. Alright, so we've got our fuel. Yeah, so you're going to blast everything in that range. Obviously, we got our staircase in that range, so we don't want to blast that. Let's go ahead and try here. So I can knock this whole section out. Because I'm figuring regardless, this is 2 bombs. I assume at some point, we'll get the option to build houses. Because right now, all I can do is build supports, paths, and resource stuff. Researching new building. We can unlock new buildings by researching them. We will first need a research lab. Build a research lab, then assign engineers. You can open the research tree from the lab on the screen. Okay. So we've got a small lab. So we'll get that starting to build. Alright, I can't tech tree just yet. We also apparently have an influence stat. The maximum amount of influence depends on the total population. Daily change is 0.
Construction completed.
Alright, so we've now got research, so we can get a wood catcher, collects resources directly from beneath it, gathers floating materials from the sea. We've got a wood boiler, burns wood to turn salt water into drinkable water. We have a demolition hut to mark rubble and floating wood. A simple boat, wood gathering boat, can gather marked floating wood on the surface. A wood crane collects wood from directly beneath it, so all that's for wood. This one can also give scrap. We have a fishing hut, catches fish beneath it, effectively efficiency improved when above schools of fish. Alright, so that's a source of food. We got a basic leisure bench, which gives people leisure time. We have roof, which is considered a decoration. And then we got a hamster wheel to generate electricity. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What's interesting is none of those things are housing. So probably the simple boat, because that implies they would actively seek out materials as opposed to passively have it underneath. Ultimately, probably would want the passive collection as well, because passive's nice because it's passive. Oh, wait, it's telling me to research the woodcatcher. There you go. A roof is housing. Mostly says it needs things. Interesting. So we get all sorts of stuff. Alright, so it's now giving us the option to build houses. Okay, there'll be the 4 houses. Alright. Because on the assumption... Oh, survive 1 day. Cool. Achievement. You can deconstruct the old boat for that.
Completed.
Yeah, living the good life now. Check out them shanties. Basically paradise. Time control, you can speed up and slow down time. That's pretty standard in all these games, just the buttons up there. Okay, so there's calm, low tide, and high tide. So we have weather patterns we've got to watch out for. I see. I have to actually assign people to the building for them to do anything. That makes sense. Right, so I've got 2 engineers, and I've got 4 workers. Okay. So it wants us to research our various woodworking projects. And I guess in the meantime, tell you to blast that out of here. You're still working on those, so we'll leave that alone. Got quite a bit of resources back here behind all this. That'll get us access to more wood. That'll also get us access to more wood. And that gets us access to more wood. So we got some ruins over there too. But I'm willing to bet our current bridges wouldn't make it over there and hold up. Okay, so let's fast forward to daytime. New support buildings unlocked. Try using different support buildings to solve different problems, or just make cool-looking structures. You'll be able to research more wooden, metal, and steel and other various structures later on. Yeah, I'm very dubious about a wood path going across that distance and not collapsing. And in hindsight, this building I probably could have inched out one farther and had it stick off the side. It's okay where it's at. This does feel like the kind of game where we're not going to be able to just move stuff over as we want. I was expecting it'll be the kind of game... Oh, interesting.
Rise and shine, everyone.
Alright, so you're going to blast that down there. You can blast this up here. Ah. So there's a platform full of debris. And they're slowly drifting by. Gotcha. Fair enough. I'm assuming that's what we're after trying to get the materials from. Is getting those built at places where, up there. So you depleted that pile of junk. Okay, so I don't see a reason to tear down these, because I'm sure we'll get back some materials. I don't understand why it would be send one or the other. Our platform is almost clear? Yeah. And that's what I'm assuming if the woodcatcher becomes your source of thing. Look, people! A barely intact boat approaches the city. Someone from your group says these are good people. We will have to build more houses for them. Together we will survive. Sure. Great, but they'll have to share their supplies. Together we will survive. As long as they listen to me, they can stay. So we can get influence and sailors. We can get sailors and loyalty. Or we can get a little bit of food, junk, and sailors. So no matter what we get the sailors, we'll go for that one.
Say it with confidence, people will believe that you are right. Am I right?
Okay, so we're gonna build a brand new house. New action now available. We're under attack. Captain, help. The whole sky is filled with seagulls, and they're crapping all over us. Make some tarps and nets. Okay, so we can make some tarps and nets. That'll give us food, and it'll take junk. Sharpen the sticks. We can get food and that. Try catching them with our hands. Will, give us food, but reduce our influence. Run for your lives. Apparently gives us influence. Apparently telling people to just run for your lives on a tiny little platform, benefits the influence some. We should have a decent amount of junk, if I'm not mistaken. Where's my junk gauge? Yeah, I get 84. Let's burn some junk and get some food.
Pretty normal decision. Under pretty unusual circumstances. Construction completed.
Okay, so those houses only handle 2 people. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to squish these together real snug-like. Because I do have a feeling space is going to be a premium.
Listen, mate. New buildings available.
Alright. So we now have the wood catcher. Yep. Yeah, no, blind rated over. Maybe there. We'll have to see how this works. My assumption is I need to stick out, because these all slowly drift. I probably need to stick it out for things. Buildings near some clearance. Some buildings need access to the sea for certain resource. Make sure to get the most out of them. Try the clearance indicator, say 100%. Before we commit to finishing that, not showing the indicator at all. I'm assuming there might be a height restriction. It was not giving me the indicator there. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's supposed to represent 100% what doesn't show an indicator at all. Oh, and this is just complaining. Yeah, and that one's complaining because when I'm trying to place it, they can't have the overlapping stuff. That's okay. So we're slowly burning through our water. And you're tearing down that wood from both ends. All right. So this I'm wondering if it'll grab that up. We can take advantage of the stuff getting caught on our platform. Okay, so we'll see how all that goes. It seems like there's a... use the lab to research a building. So we want to research the wood boiler is what it says next. Which allows me to make fresh water. Meanwhile, we'll put a worker on that. Okay. That leaves that as the only remaining stuff. Yep, so we're now fishing wood up out of the ocean. You'll be curious to see what we have for options for foundation, because I do see that we have, oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet you at high tide it's probably up to this height, so it's a couple tiles deeper, so everyone has to go up top. And then at low tide, stuff like this becomes exposed, so that I can build my platform out to this, add supports, then build up to the other side. Because I'm noticing we've got like an area over here that I could probably reach at low tide. That's probably usable at low tide. This would be exposed at low tide. I'm a bit curious how a tree is surviving this current situation, but we'll just pretend it's fine. So we can get all that figured out. Oh, it'll tell you. So it's going to go down 4 meters, and it's going to go up 4 meters. Now, what we don't know is, are one of these blocks 1 meter tall, 4 meters tall, 2 meters tall? Like, how big is a block? All right. Yeah, so we're pulling up the last of that wood. Okay, so we've destroyed all the random debris on our platform entirely, except for this chunk in between here. We are continuing to get 1 fuel a day from somewhere. I'm not really sure where that fuel is coming from, but I'm not going to be upset about it.
Research completed.
Alright, so the water boiler is researched. Deal with that in a minute. So you want me to build a wood boiler. And the wood boiler is a polluter. So go ahead here. And put it up there. That way, where it makes its pollution, it'll be far away. Now, the question is, does the pollution get blown? Affected buildings. All buildings get +2 pollution. Now, I'm assuming it means all buildings inside this, like, red square. Which is why I kind of pushed it as far away from my housing as I could. That does mean it's going to hurt me on pathing and stuff. We also don't have a source of food. Let me go ahead and research the fishing hut. So we have a source of food coming in.
Construction completed.
Ah, that is what I wanted next. The wood boiler is a polluter. Buildings, such as houses, will decrease their maximum quality. However, you can always ignore how your citizens feel and focus on the ever-growing production. It's your city. Excellent. The game has given me permission to say, hey, you know what, citizens? It's your own problem. So start making water. And we're actively already researching our source of food. It's the game basically be like, yeah, if you want to kill everyone, we don't care. Who are we to tell you how you can and cannot play the game? Alright.
Time to relax and to think about tomorrow's work.
This place could use more light. Building a couple of fireplaces would give people a common place to gather at leisure time at night. Citizens will leisure after work hours. Building better leisure buildings will increase happiness and unlock new perks. Open the social group top left will find more about their needs. So this is going to be our park. Adds demo to library? Yeah. We'll see how this unfolds. So far, I like the idea. We haven't gotten into the, where we're going to start expanding our city, because this is going to be a very vertical builder. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, because that's considered 0 depth there. That's 2 meters. So assuming it's going to go up to 4 meters at high tide, that would be here. So that'd be everything underneath. Yeah, so it looks like you can build relatively high. That we're at about 4 meters is the height we're building at. And we can go, 4 units. I don't know if those are actually reflective to meters. And we can go up to 18. Now, the interesting thing is where it mentions tide going down, and this has 0. That would imply I'd be able to go negatives. It might be one of those things that you can only build structure negatives. Well, I hope you have fun. I'm going to be mostly, like, Tomb's going to work. I'll obviously be streaming in the evening and everything, but I'm going to probably be putting in a lot of work around here trying to prep for the in-laws visiting. It's nothing, they're not visiting for Easter stuff or anything else, they're just visiting, just broadly speaking. But that's not in too long, and there's a lot to get done. We don't entertain guests very often, so there's a lot of catch-up to get the house ready. You know, the kind of projects that when you just live here, it's like, okay, well, that room where we're storing stuff, that's fine. Oh, wait, now we need to make our guest room back into our guest room. Like, it's still got the bed. It's not like we got rid of it or anything. But we were storing extra stuff in there, and it's like, oh, well, now we need to find a new home for that. And the real answer is we need to get rid of a bunch of it, because a bunch of it's just clutter. The classic, as you live your lives, stuff shows up and slowly builds up. Did we actually... Oh, no, we're still researching the fishing thing. Unless there's a weather reason, like high tide happens at night or something, it does feel like when you get to nighttime, it should be able to just fast forward itself. There's been a couple of games that do that, or like you have the button, like Software Inc. You get to when there's no one there, you can just hit the button to fast forward to the next time people are actually doing stuff.
Job, people. It's time to work.
All right, so we're gonna keep it at double time for a little while. The production output is full. That's fine. People just need to work. Hey, Ichitenma, how's it going? A large wood pile is depleted. And that'd be the last of the debris we can reach. I was curious, they're gonna tuck some behind there. I didn't think there would, but you never know. Okay, so you operating only seem to be producing a little bit of water, not enough to offset what our population needs.
Hi, Mike, you see? New buildings available.
Everyone has a suggestion. Caption. Each social group thinks they know a better way, how to get new resources, but which should you choose first? Workers can clear rubble. Engineers are good with cranes. It makes sense to give boats to sailors. Keep your bad suggestions to yourself. I mean, we're living on the water. It'd probably be boats to sailors. Okay. So, you would give me a demolition hut and worker loyalty. You would give me a wood crane. An engineer loyalty. And you would give me a simple boat for a gathering. I'm gonna go with the boat. We are on the ocean. Hey, Captain, I understand that we're still trying to survive, and you're also new to this. So people are more forgiving right now. But next time, think about your choices. Well, go F yourself. Some decisions could have negative impact to the loyalty of certain social groups. You can find other ways to make them happy, but keep this in mind. You can find your current loyalty and other needs pressing on the social groups tab and all that stuff. Understand, under my leadership, everyone will be heard. I think I will gain more by focusing on one group. Like I give a crap about their feelings. Yeah, so it doesn't actually say one thing or one or the other. Alright. And hey, the Ints, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. Boats use docks to drop off gathered resources. And we get a shout out for the Ints, by the way. Boats indicators to start glowing green. Don't forget to assign sailors to the boat. I'll do that. Just before I forget, I want to queue up the gathering. Okay, so it just straight up gave me the boats. Gotcha. It gives you, watch your tone with your reply, some dude that one time at Ultra Vibes. Yeah. Watch your tone in your response. Let me go and get you a shout out real quick. So we got a shout out for the Ints, who is doing some Baldur's Gate 3 today. So if you're looking for some Baldur's Gate 3, you can find it over there. Also does play a lot of like life sims in that as well. Definitely someone worth checking out. But does stream in German, just as a heads up. We do have a lot of German-speaking people here, but it's worth mentioning. Understands English, but streams in German, just to be clear. Alright, so we're going to deviate from what it's telling us. So we can get rain catchers and sun distilleries. Okay. So rain catchers only work when it rains. Fair enough. We also have sun distilleries. They don't produce much water. So it produces 0.13 water per in-game hour. But it is also something that it just sits there and someone has to load and empty it. We got the demolition hut. We'll gather marked rubble and floating wood. We have the crane, which will get stuff beneath them. We're making the boat there. Stops floating objects. So basically I can build a little wall to catch the material so that people can collect it. There's a greenhouse, which uses water to produce food and requires direct sunlight. We have a fishing boat that can gather fish in marked spots. A mushroom farm requires wood. Stand leisure buildings. People visit leisure buildings during the nighttime. Okay. That one requires electricity. We have a watchtower. Keeps an eye on the city and the horizon. Who knows what it might notice. So my assumption with that... Oh, the watchtower gives a 10% production boost to anyone in its influence. So basically, we're just going to be watching our own people to make them work harder. And a giant hamster wheel. We have an electric junk catcher for the sea. Wood support buildings. I like the idea of the distillers. We'll put those on so we got some kind of research going. Alright. So we got a fishing hut here. Okay. So we got a little fishing hut here. That should give me a source of food. We have a dock and a simple boat.
Building completed. And only one person lost a finger this time.
Unlock the random town scenario. World map. New place discovered. Captain, your almost always right decisions have helped us discover a new place in the world map. We can stay here and keep growing the city, or we can explore new places. I'm going to rebuild the whole world. Can't you see this place needs me right now? So I'm assuming that means like we finished this tutorial map, whatever.
Decision under pretty unusual circumstances.
Boats need clear sailing paths. Pay attention to this when building something near the sea level. Some environments can be destructed to open up new areas for boats. There's actually junk down below there. All right. Low tide has revealed new resources. The low tide decreases the water level temporarily, revealing new areas and potential resources, but we must hurry. The water will rise again after some time, and anyone who stays below will be washed away. Pay attention to the weather bar on the right side of the corner. Gotcha. So when the low tide comes in, you can see all the area down below and gather food and whatnot. And there's high tide. Either way, it looks like we, the save. Because I had expected what it would happen is that when we said, you know, I'm ready to do the next thing, this building will collapse in 8 hours and 50 minutes. Gotcha, so you're not structurally sound, so you're slowly collapsing. Yeah, so you're collecting materials. And the water level's continuing to go down more and more. Yeah, so it's quite a bit down there. Yeah, so like I said, I was expecting it when it was like, you know, are you ready to move on to the next map, that kind of thing. I was expecting it to then move on to the next map. But now I'm like, okay, but do I quit to the front screen now? Because I was expecting to have like a button, like almost like 2-point museum where you could click on and be like, let's go to the next one. Okay, so no, it says continue. Because that's the unclear thing now, is that I chose to go to the next map, and I was expecting to be taken to the next map or to the screen where I choose my map. You can control which resource... Yeah, it's fine. I guess because we've unlocked the new map, I guess we do go back to the main screen and then just start a new map. So a little confusion on that UI. Yeah, so we unlocked the next location. All that. A completely new place where you start again. Captain, it seems like some kind of strange building is sticking out of the water. Who knows what it is? Randomly generated map without a tutorial. Requires a true captain. Must complete the fresh start. Goal. Build, equip, and send off your humongous ship. Alright. So that first map I'm pretty sure was just the tutorial. Which is one reason I didn't want to stick around. It seemed like it's very small, limited space that we weren't going to have much to build off of. Where this one seems like it's your first, like, actual map. I'm a little mixed in how I feel about this being, like, kind of episodic. Okay. So... we've got all this stuff piled up here. Alright, so we're in a normal tide. So we got a bunch of junk below us. We have a mysterious structure that is being flooded. We do have all of these areas over here. So the first thing we're going to need to do is reach some of these supplies and be able to do stuff. So we've got access to that. There's some explosive materials up there. So we'll connect ourselves to this area. I don't feel like there's much room for a staircase. No, you're all good, Luxury. Don't worry about it. So then what we can do here... okay, gotta wait for wood to come in. So right now I'm just trying to get access to all the resources we can. So we can hopefully start building. Maybe I'll start taking apart the boat. Some material costs. All right. Let's see. We have to deconstruct our crash boat for resources to build our storage buildings. That's fine. So water. Food. And just basic storage. Did somebody just die? Pretty sure somebody just died. Okay. We know you're capable of making a good decision, but here's what we think we should be doing right now. Captain, wait, I have a better idea instead. We should... don't listen to those fools. We must... everyone thinks they know better. But what do you think, Captain? Let's focus on this. The simple boat. Focus on that. Build a wood boiler. The wood catcher. We get workers, engineers, or sailors. So it's kind of the same thought I had last time. Everything's in the water for the most part that we're going to be getting stuff. And the sailors can go retrieve it wherever it is, even if they're inefficient. The wood boiler is actually very fair for getting water. That's going to be important. Our number one priority being the wood catcher. I'm leaning towards the boat. We'll need the boiler, but until we have water coming in, requirements not met. I have to research it first. We'll start taking apart the boat and loading it all up in this. I don't see... There's a research lab. I don't see the option to mirror it. Oh, there's a door on the bottom floor. That's interesting design. Okay. Hold on, that was not a smart move.
Construction completed.
Yeah, the fact that it's like curved on one side. Sort of makes it a little bit weird for doing a lot of stuff. Alright, so with that, we need to be bringing in... getting some housing set up. Start with those two. That should give you access to that. You're collecting all those materials. So you got your 2 engineers. So what we'll go ahead and do is right from the beginning, let's get the simple boat. Not enough resources to start that. You require scrap. That's fine. We'll get there.
Building completed.
What happened to this? Oh, right. We couldn't build the staircase earlier because I didn't have the supplies. So let them continue working on collecting all this. Food-wise, we're going to have to find food relatively soon. It looks like there's some right here. There's steel there. Scrap, explosives, and scrap. Yeah, some of the food I'm seeing is over here. We'll try and gather that and detonate it. Meanwhile, we need more housing. Okay. So give them a route up to the second set of houses, so kind of can compact the housing over there. Okay, you're getting the boat done. And then we'll try and get that done.
completed.
Okay, so I need 2 more houses. Can I detonate the walls here? No. So that's not strong enough for destroying those. Worry about that later. So you got that done, so you can go ahead and...
Research completed.
Okay, so that's implying if I... I'm assuming this is implying if I built it here, it would collapse. First I built it there, it would not. Okay, so we got the first research done. So what we need to do from here, though, is I desperately need food happening. So get the fishing hut online. From here... I need the boat dock. Okay, so we get that dock, and hopefully that's able to reach. I don't know how low that thing can go, but it feels like it's pretty far up there.
Construction completed.
In the meantime, probably end up wanting to do all that stuff. Alright, so I still gotta figure out what I'm doing as far as dealing with this housing issue. We can start building housing over here. Drifting wood. Our base's been hit by some drifting wood. Great news. Or you can say, morons, don't let it go. So I can literally get 30 wood, or I can yell at, oh, I get extra wood, but I upset them. Yeah, great news. Get the wood.
Decision, Captain. As long as you keep them happy, people won't really care how you achieve your goals.
Yeah, you can put some supports. I don't know how well different supports will work for us.
Building completed. And only one person lost a finger this time.
Oh, you need one more platform. Alright, so I need to keep pulling this together so we can hopefully get that food soon. We've got the fishing hut research going, so we can hopefully get fishing going on. And the boat's just off collecting materials for me. And my assumption is there's pros and cons with all the different types of gathering resources, like limited availability but higher throughput, or more availability but less reliable, and yada yada. My big thought right now is I have this whole area with stuff kind of scattered everywhere. The boat can just kind of work on that. Versus the netting, I have to have the debris go directly where I put the netting.
New buildings available.
Alright. So we can get a fishing hut. So that brings us up to water. So regardless, I need to make the water boiler, because the other water buildings are locked behind it. Cool. So I'm fishing off the other side here. Go around to get food. Well, I've got these metal beams. Yeah, no, you're right. I could go around here. My thought was to just yoink this up here, because there's only 4 more left into it. I think that was literally it going right there. And then we knock this down and explode all this to open up that space anyways. I can go here.
Construction completed.
Because my hope was to clear out a bunch of this debris. We should stockpile. We know you're capable of making a good decision here. Oh yeah, so it's just the same thing. Everyone thinks they know better. Let's focus on this resource, which is water. This is our #1 priority, which is food.
Time to rest, people.
Alright, so you can reach the food now. Alright. So we've got someone collecting fish. Meanwhile, we should have more explosives. Yeah, have you there. That'll take care of that. And have that there. Okay. We will want to research some leisure stuff as well once we got that. Why are you out and about? Yep, so it gives us more supplies here and here. Okay. And I'll expect to need more than one of those. It's fine. So pretty much we're going to try and bring in enough food. Because one, we need way more food. And all that, we're researching our water now. Once we get the water, I do like the idea of the desal, or the basically the solar water thing that's very low throughput, that basically it just evaporates salt water, then collects the fresh water out of it. Because it won't depend on me burning wood. Actually give me the amounts for all these things, because that actually would be a big way to get a...
What a beautiful morning. Okay, time to work.
Yeah, so you have an output of 2 water. So 1 wood gives me 2 water per hour. And the other one is like point something water, which means I'll need a lot more of it.
Building completed.
Okay, so hopefully we end up making some pretty good food production.
New buildings available.
Alright, so you make 2 water per hour. So we go back in here. The rain catchers, they only give 0.25 water per hour. And the sun distillers only give 0.13 water per hour. So as far as water production, these end up taking a decent amount of sky-facing real estate to get passively a small amount of water at a time. Whereas these consume wood, which means more labor. I'm leaning towards the sun distilleries. None of that do I care about right now. None of that do I care about right now. The leisure and all that will want to get going. Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's plan for the sun distillery. And then after the sun distillery, let's go for some leisure stuff. That way we can give ourselves, like we did the other one, we'll give ourselves the park. Prioritize that to be much higher. So, you do that at that speed. If I switch you off and I put an engineer, does that make it faster? So that's 100% production. Okay, so it makes no difference what type of worker I put on it. I was just curious, because some games they just arbitrarily be like, engineer does, 50% more production. Or like certain buildings with certain types of workers have more production. And so that's those ones that's going to take trick to figuring out. I'm honestly genuinely curious if I put the water stuff out here on this edge, if it'll still support the weight. Because if so, then that lets me just put like a lip around the outside of the entire platform, even if I can't use it. So cut all this down. Yeah, so another one of those ones that can reach one or the other. Okay. And just clearing out the debris. All right. So we got two of these going, and we're still supposedly losing resources. I do wonder when it decides, like, when to update the amounts here. I think the production it averages after a couple of days, because supposedly I'm making 16 food per day right now, averaging 9 food per day, and then the consumption is 12. Yeah, so you're still waiting on your scrap. Which I should literally be kind of pushing above capacity. Alright. And our wood's reaching capacity in its storage as well. Yeah, so our storage has hit capacity. And build 2 more storage units. And then these ones we're going to restrict to 1 being... That's weird. I think that teleported them back out, or they died. I'm not really sure. Hopefully they didn't die trying to build that. I think when they got stuck, it teleported them back out here. Okay. Oh.
Construction
I can't
complete.
filter yet. That's fine.
What are
So we just
doing
increased
here?
our buffer for materials a lot. That's okay. Alright, so food is going good. We're making good progress there. You're slowly working towards the sun distilleries, which is going to be very, very, very hungry so far as that. But my justification in my head is that the one that pollutes, I have to burn 1 wood per 2 water forever. Which sounds like it's just going to require me to continue to increase the amount of wood we need to bring in just to keep water, something we can never stop bringing in to survive. The ones I'm looking at building, I can just chunk those down, and once they're down, they will produce water slowly forever at no additional cost. And then the other one was the rain one. I'm assuming only works when it's raining. And I haven't seen rain yet, so there's that whole bit. Now, it could just be that it kind of, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's always raining kind of thing, but I don't know that one way or for another. It hasn't really told me, you know, it does permanently or does not. So we're officially gaining food on the average. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. So it does look like when it comes to your calculations here, it's designed, it says spiking up and down with every moment, or being like just a tick-based update. It seems like it does average it over a period of time. So it's probably still tick-based, but like every quarter of a day or whatever it is, it does an update over the average for some period of time, which I think is a really good way of dealing with it. Yeah, so you're still researching away, that's fine. Alright, so we should definitely be able to pass this in the next in-game day to get the 80 for the stockpiling rations. Then after that, we get some leisure buildings. And it might make this little enclosed spot here in the middle that's going to be hard to use for other stuff. I might make that into, like, our park. Because it looks like these yellow things are kind of just permanent. Whereas those down there might not be. It's also a possibility, since this area down below is going to have a certain amount of limited use, because I won't be able to expose it to the sun, that it could make my park down here somewhere. Because I might be able to explode those eventually. I'll probably want to make sure I keep areas I can get access to water available. But I could see chucking like a park bench and that down here as well. Alright. Yeah, so we got pretty much 5 in-game minutes or whatever to get the sun distillers, then we start building a bunch of those along here.
Good job, everyone. Enough work for today.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It could make the houses down below as well. That's kind of the thing, is what I don't know is how high tide, like how much this distance corresponds with. Because it could be that high tide is that height. So anything down here might be sacrificed to the high tide or people wash away. That could be. If the blocks are 2 meters tall, then this is a big old nothing burger. We'll have to wait and see how significant it is. I'm guessing, honestly, that high tide will reach this level, and either A, everything on that level gets destroyed, or B, it's just you don't have people down there while it's going on. Yeah, so you're doing relatively well. You got plenty of materials for everything. Honestly, this little spot here could be where we put our park. It's not really a particularly usable space. So put a bench here, and then our little fire right there. Because ultimately I have to move it later, it's not a big deal since it seems like wood is effectively a renewable resource. I'm assuming a lot of those materials are renewable, it's just whether or not they're renewable at a rate you care about. Like, I still find this map I'm also getting 1 fuel per day, and I have no idea where that's coming from. It's just magic fuel. I just need 2 more food, and then we'll achieve the stockpiling thing, which gives me more influence. Which, from what I found, is you've got this stuff here, where basically as I gain influence with the group, like, workers gain 2 carry capacity, you'll unlock a leader trait, which it doesn't specify. You gain 0.1 influence per person in this group each day, up to 10 loyalty. Each assigned workers gives 25% production efficiency to the workplace. But you get a bunch of stuff there. So right now, the influence we've got the most of is the sailors. They're going to be increasing their movement speed. And they'll potentially unlock a leader trait. Okay, so our fishing stuff is obstructed by debris. Gotcha. So where I skipped down the walls earlier, there could be an argument made to putting a wall here, not for collecting stuff, but from preventing stuff from blocking up the fishing area. Where is the boat? There, way down there. That's fine. Junk, rubble depleted. Okay. So you got 1 minute, and then we'll have the sun distillers, and we can start getting those online. That'll be good. All right.
Research completed.
Cool. So that, we're going to go ahead and get our next research. Let's get some housing stuff. So basic leisure buildings. Gotcha. Okay, so there's a radius to them. We'll let them get that one built. And I want to see if it complains if I try and put them too close to each other. So it might be that they have to be spaced out slightly. If that's fine, that's fine. But that'll be good, because that'll be a very small amount of water I'm getting for free each day. And we'll just make it a point to start doing that. And then one of the big catches that said it does have to be, like...
Construction completed.
Okay. So you're good there. Wait. Has no storage attached. Wait, are you expected to have a storage directly connected to you? Low tide has revealed new resources. Yes, right now I don't think beyond just letting the boat do their stuff. Okay, so you connect directly to the water source or water storage. That's not how I expected that to work. Yeah, we go there, we have 97%. Interesting. That tells me the actual design intention, since these can go over top of them, is to potentially have like your water storage almost fully surround that. Oh, that's opening up a lot of stuff appearing. Hey, Blibido, how's it going?
New buildings available. And this one will need even more resources to build. Yay.
Alright. So we can go here. We have the housing for roos. We have the hamster wheel for that. We can put out a fishing boat as well. That could be another source of thing. The game looks pretty neat. Yeah, we're still pretty early on, so I haven't gotten a good feel for it quite yet. Let's see. Assigned people will gather marked rubble and floating wood. The wood crane pulls stuff out of the water. The rain catchers. Water warehouse. Warehouse workers will carry water from lower to higher priority storage. Fuel to water will burn fuel and make a bunch of water. Electronic to water. Use electricity to make water. We would need to get the wood catcher to work on any of these other things. A metal gathering boat and an advanced boat. We can make the explosive barrels way stronger. Potentially be able to get steel and all that. We have the blocker and deflectors. And those will let us push materials in other ways. We have harpoon. Gotcha. So those are all we could use stuff to draw materials to us. I'm going to grab the fishing boat. And then meanwhile, we need leisure stuff, so...
Building completed.
So then the next question is with these, can these daisy chain over to each other? You're highlighting that in red. Okay. That does not seem like it's going to be that effective. Like that I would need a lot. Because it looks like if I build these next to each other, they penalize each other. So it could be one of those things that have the water storage and have these at the diagonals of the water storage or something like that.
Building completed. And only one person lost a finger this time.
We'll see how this goes. All right. Yeah, so it says it can't support that weight. Yeah, interestingly enough, all of that's complaining about the weight. This is fine. But this is not fine. Huh. Those, even some of these aren't fine, so I'm not too sure on what decides what is and isn't going to work. Alright, yeah, support time. Yeah, let's put down one of the supports and see what happens. I'm curious how they'll be able to do that. Okay, support just builds itself. So with now having a support there, now it's content with it. Okay, so I gotta wait for more scrap. I'm going too aggressive on that. Let's see, how would you say this game compares to titles like Flotsam or Surviving Aftermath? I haven't been playing too long to do the direct comparison, unfortunately. But, I'll say at least from the one side of, like, Flotsam, it's around moving your raft around to collect things, so it's a lot more focused on that. Surviving Aftermath, I feel like it's a very different animal than either three of those. That's like a far more, you do like your little mission scenarios, whatever you want to call them, to help out with all that. Alright, so I'm gonna need you to collect that one as a high priority, because that's getting in the way of my fishing stuff. But yeah, I've also only been playing a couple of hours now. Like, not even 2 hours. So, it's a little early for me to give you more meaningful feedback, unfortunately. And thank you, Fistful, for the 95 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. But yeah, this one also has the high and low tide stuff. Yeah, so you see that the low tide is anything that's got that green pigmentation is going to be underwater. There's stuff inside that building. All right. Yeah, so these things might not be
Research completed.
as good as we're hoping. All right, let's go ahead. Put 2 sailors on the fishing boat to help with their food. Let's grab a research now. Okay. Let's get back to gathering. So we've got the wood crane that sticks off the side. And it gathers rubble and junk and all those type of things. We've got the demolition that's for on the area there. We've got the blocker, which we can use to prevent objects from getting close to us. Food we're probably fine for right now. That requires other stuff when we have electricity. So let's go with the crane. We didn't get that the last time. And yeah, we're basically waiting on metal. I'm using up as fast as I'm getting it. Because all of this nonsense I built out here, not the platform, but like all the water collection is very hungry for that. So everyone's sitting down and relaxing, having a good time. Alright, so what should be happening now is we should be moving towards high tide. And it has warned me high tide will wash people away. So this is going to go from down here up, and then supposedly that distance there, it'll be that much up higher, so it'll be right around this height to maybe slightly higher. And the assumption is anyone who gets washed away is dead. You don't see the option like pause a building or anything like that. We'll see how this mechanically worked with high tide. All right. Why is research flashing? Because it doesn't have the materials it needs. I'm out of metal. So it's trying to be like, hey, you don't have metal, but we're going to be grabbing metal. It's not like you have something else better to research in the meantime. Hey, Pilnova, how's it going? Alright, so how abruptly is this water depth going to change once the tide switches? Because it goes directly from low tide to high tide, then back to normal. Recommend so far? It's been enjoyable so far.
Time starts now.
But, I don't really have a feel for overall. High tide is incoming, and water will back up the old... will be back up to the old sea level. People will start going back to higher ground automatically, but they can still drown if they can't make it in time. Oh, okay. I was under the impression that high tide would be, you'd have like the normal height, then you'd have like low tide, the normal type, and then high tide would be that much higher. Or something like that. Gotcha, and the rushing in high tide pushes stuff away. Like, it keeps stuff from being caught forever. This boat is idling. Word spreads. Word is spreading about our colony. People are coming here looking for a better chance of survival. Let's see. We welcome everyone. We'll gain 4 engineers and some loyalty. If you can pay, you stay. We'll get some good and some engineers. Just remember, I'm the captain here. We'll get some influence and engineers. Find another place. We're full. We'll lose loyalty and influence. That's fine.
Pretty normal decision under pretty unusual circumstances.
There's some more houses. Yeah, I'm wondering if since the tide is actively switching, if all the fishing spots have temporarily vanished while the transition happens.
Building completed, and only one person lost a finger this time.
Right now, I can't make out if there's any fishing spots or anything. Let's see. Unlocking new perks. Increasing happiness to 15 with a group will unlock perks. Yeah. So just basically saying, you know, get someone to 15 happy or 15 influence or whatever. So the tide switch should settle soon. And hopefully we can mark the, and they're basically being like, hey, we don't have stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. During the switch from low to high tide, there's no fishing. And it happens to be a fishing spot appeared underneath it. So, okay, that's just information that while the transition to high tide happens, there's going to be nothing to catch. In the meantime, Bring this down. Blast that. Blast that. Okay.
Research completed.
So we got the wood crane researched. So to unlock tier 3, that's what I'm not super understanding what's going to give us that. I guess you have to get something in tier 2. So if wood cultivation produces wood using sunlight and water. So we basically have entire ways of like rotating all of my materials into my other materials at a loss. Which is honestly a very reasonable thing for the game to do. We'll go ahead and research the rain catchers. I'll get one of those at least up here. Collects research directly beneath it. That's only 4 wood for something made out of 15 wood. Yeah, so I assume this is where we'd want something like this. Is you could put it someplace like here, and it could just pick up stuff away for a while. Mysterious building. Captain, look, there's a strange structure over there. It looks like it goes all the way down underneath the water. There's no entrance at the top. We will have to wait a while for the water level to drop even lower before we can figure out what that thing is. I guess we'll just wait.
Decision under pretty unusual circumstances.
Yeah, or something like put the crane up here. Yeah, so this definitely feels like one of those ones you would put somewhere on your building that you're going to have like a ton of goodies down below. The interesting thing is it seems like you are able to pick up steel, maybe. Or not. Yeah, because you're only going to give me 8. You're not going to pay for yourself. You'd give me 10. Yeah, so the crane doesn't look like it's going to do us much good right now. That's okay. We are still going down in water. These are helping. I've noticed each one of these I'm building is lowering the amount of water I'm losing per day by 1 or 2. But I'm going to need more. Where's my boat? Gotcha, so it can clear off stuff on those platforms too, as long as I can get at them. That's honestly not bad at all. I can just let it churn away, clean all that mess up. There's definitely going to be a thing about bridging over here to reach that. Like smashing into this floor, grabbing everything we can out of there, making a ladder up and down. Getting some scrap. Alright, let's see. I don't expect this to be able to do this. Nope. So it's complaining that this is all going to collapse. That's kind of what I figured. Is that I need more ability to build structure to it. It's also unclear to get to this tile. Where I do and don't actually have to get at it. Okay, you're waiting on 21 metal. Yeah, so those are making about thing. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, is we would want the wall supports, but I'm uncertain if our characters can climb over this rail or how this even works. First, so we connect down here. Because it almost seems like the idea is you'd get into the building here. And kind of work your way up floor to floor to gather the resources out of the building. And if I build across there, I could block my boat. Well, while we're waiting, let's just do the experiment with the supports. So that would work. Okay. There's also the possibility of bring it over, go up to the top, and then we work our way down the building. Oh, 1 second, that's too high. Let's see, or can you build a pillar down to the ocean floor between the two buildings? No, there does seem like sometimes you'll see areas like this where there's like an area, like there's areas that are pockets that are below the water, but should be reachable at low tide that I can build off of those. I don't believe I can just choose anywhere and build all the way up from nowhere kind of deal. Oh, I'm actually out of wood? Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was spending nearly that much wood. I don't think I have anything that's actively consuming wood. I'm just not bringing much wood in. It's, our little boats here are the things bringing supplies. I did just spend probably a good, like, 30 wood building that. But yeah, so my thought is, we build the ladder up here, and we let them start tearing all the stuff down that's on the roof of this place. It was work our way down that building. We did see there was a building that converted water and sunlight into trees, but I need the water to, you know, put more of a strain in the water. That's what it seems. It seems like your early resources of metal, water, food, and wood, that there's kind of a thing where you can kind of like go between them, where I can, you know, turn two of those into the other resource at a loss, so that if you're ahead on one thing, you can get everything moved over to that thing kind of deal. All right. This will be your first time branching out to another platform. And our food is at a very strong surplus right now. What we'll want to do, though, is get our water to a surplus. Now, once our water's at a surplus, we can see about what we can do to bring other stuff into the fold.
Time to rest, people.
Okay. Actually, now thinking about it, we can also do is the same thing I'm doing over here. I can put a second row of houses up here, with the ladder to get up to the top area. This does feel like one of those games that'll take a lot of work, but you could get some like really elaborate bases built up. Stacked up. The catch is going to be having all your supports and all that. Okay. Is this base 88 compliant? Absolutely not. The governing bodies that be can come by and do their enforcement if they'd really like to. So if we were to go for the ladder, how much would the full ladder cost? Oh, it doesn't give you the price, does it? That's disappointing. Oh no, it does. It does. So it's 20. We would need 20 wood to build the ladder up here. And then once we have that, we can start disassembling that. It is interesting that these all say like broken floor and they give me the option to gather. Oh, you know what I bet we do? Okay. Okay. So, earlier we had the choice of the work crews and all that. That's what I'm guessing they do, is you give them the ability to start taking these apart. Yeah, so, can be gathered from advanced crane, harpoon, metal crane, advanced demolition. Ah, gotcha. So I can't get all that from there. Are you also advanced? No, you don't need advanced.
Work time starts now.
So we can build up here, have them gather the materials, and then slowly disassemble the building and work our way down. That arch seems structural. Honestly, no, it's not an arch. It's a, like, it's Havoc, it's air vent. I was gonna say, that actually looks like a vent to me. Like, where they're walking across that would not be something I would be like, yeah, maybe don't do that. It's a good way to find yourself falling into the ocean. Or falling onto concrete below you.
New buildings available. And this one will need even more resources to build.
Alright, so got the rain catcher. Yeah, so advanced crane isn't until way later. So it looks like I gotta get something at this height. Let's go ahead and get the upgraded explosive barrels, just because it's not using materials I've got a shortage of. Let's see, rain catcher for water storage. Collects rainwater requiring clear access to the sky. So it gives 0.25 per hour. Rain catcher for water storage. These are just two different styles, so like one hangs off one side. The other's just centralized. Okay, so you can't just like shove it off the side like that. Interesting. Has no attached storage building. Okay. Can I literally just do that? Sure. Good enough for me. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So where did our boat go this time? Yes, our boat's deconstructing all of these things. Which I'm fine with. Oh, you can take that apart. Yeah, go ahead and tear apart that. Yeah, we can't take the steel ones apart. Because you're going to cause me problems here in a minute. Try to avoid spending a bunch of money on those other things. You're just scrap. Now bring that in line. I'm just trying to bring our water production to be in line with what we got the rest of our, basically that we have a positive on that as well.
Building completed. And only one person lost a finger this time.
I'm trying to keep tabs on where the boat's working. Just from my own curiosity. Oh, you're way over there. You seem to be prioritizing metal, which is honestly fair for the moment. But we are going to be bringing wood in here soon. Okay.
New buildings available. And this one will need even more resources to build. Yay.
Alright, so we've got you. So with that, okay, so we can go to third. Metal gathering boat can gather marked floating and surface metal. Yes, a simple boat gathers wood. We have a deflector. We have a metal gathering hut. We got a metal crane. Collects resources directly beneath it. Including wood structures, metal structures, fuel, and everything. And it looks like it also just generates material, potentially. Alright. Junk, metal, metal sheets, steel structures. Okay, so this one can do steel structures. Alright. We're not gonna be able to do that for a while. It requires a lot of material, but we'll let it start cooking. We're gonna need to get over to that platform. Is there stuff we can use to get some materials back that we don't need? Sure. Give me my wood back for that. I don't need that. It's nice to see that the random layout is pretty random. I think we have similar or same central building, but everything around it has different buildings and layouts in mind. That's good to know. Because there's definitely cases where random is less random than other times, if that sounds right. And there'll be more wood. Okay, so with that, I should have enough wood now. So you can now reach the food here and the scrap here. And then the real question comes down, can I build something like the crane or the worksite up here and have them just slowly tear this whole building apart? I've started researching the boat, even though it's going to take a while, because I figure that'll give me my steel and it'll keep clearing out all of the stuff that's in range of the boat at both heights. So it should slowly give me access to all that. And then from there, we'll need to go through and get our stuff going on. Low tide, high tide, sea level drop, rain. Gotcha. So rain is a thing that's only sometimes. I figured it would be. So I'm gonna let them go and continue collecting. What are you complaining about? The boat is waiting for a dock. There's a dock right there. Oh, is it because you're still emptying the dock? It's getting kind of full. And my storage is in perfectly good shape. Alright. So let's go ahead here and drop another one of those down. And that'll be our spend for the metal here, because we're slowly trying to get that water situated. And I believe this plus one more, or when this rains, should have us on a net positive for water. Which would put us a positive on all materials that we currently can grab at all. And it's interesting that this is supposed to be wood gathering boat, can gather marked floating surfaces of wood. And it's primarily grabbing scrap. I'm okay with it. This is not a complaint. I'm just amused at the wood boat that I, broadly speaking, am not really using to get wood that much. And you're continuing to fish up all that, which is fine. Yeah, and they're just waiting for more scrap metal to be here. So pile of food just got depleted. That was up here. So now we got the pile of scrap. There's no way to gather this. It requires at least one citizen working in advanced demolition place. Gotcha. Yeah, so what we would end up doing is researching the advanced demolition, being able to just disassemble a lot of this stuff. Can be gathered by advanced crane, metal crane, wood crane, wide. Yeah, so in theory, I might be able to build a crane up here and just let it collect things down this building. So it almost feels like you go up here and just systematically sit there with like your workers and all that and just take it apart. That it does seem like it's the demolition or the crane. Yeah, so we're gonna have rain for a while. Okay, so you're doing fine there. Can I get...
Building completed.
Alright. And where's the boat at now? Still collecting the scrap primarily. We'll bump this a slightly higher priority just so we get some wood in here. Because if we build a support here, okay, that's a bit spendy on resources, but that should put us at a net gain for water by 1 full unit. And then the rest of the scrap can be brought in here. And that'll hopefully get the next research done.
Construction completed.
Which will get us the metal boat, so we can send a second boat to go gathering materials for me. Alright.
Today was a good day. Get some rest, everyone.
Okay, so they're both done there. Okay. Alright, so the water level is starting to go down. It'll drop by 4 meters, which will bring it down quite a bit. Then it'll surge back up. Then it'll drop by another 3. Then it's going to rain. Then it's going to storm. Gotcha. Alright, we're officially net positive on all the resources we can collect right now. The deck is inaccessible by boat. A group with their own boat come to you. They say they're looking for a place to stay. They can stay. We'll get 2 workers and a bunch of influence. We take care of everyone. That'll spend a bunch of food and water. It'll make the workers like us more and give us the workers. Good, but they must hand over their boat. We gain a boat, and we get 2 workers. I mean, honestly, the boat is the thing I actually want. So 20 influence, more loyalty, and some loss of materials. I'm gonna do the influence.
Do you think other places are doing better than us? I'm joking, I'm joking. But really, aren't they?
Okay, so we need more homes. But then we're going to go ahead and put a ladder back here to get up to the 2nd floor. And I'll put the 3 houses here.
Starts now.
Alright. Oh, I see. It's inaccessible by dock because of that. It doesn't seem like it's it's not the height, it's there's junk down here. And it's pushing our boats away so that the boats can't actually dock up at that spot. So there is a chance that once we can get people on this boat again, Yeah, once I get people on the boat again, also don't have to do it's just shoving the boats away little by little. We can have them prioritize ripping this thing out. And then once they rip that out, then they should still be able to go around. So that's about to be the first thing we see collapse right here. There it goes. That's just some debris in the water that was no longer supported. Alright. So this would be one of the big downsides of depending on the boats. Because now I'm stuck kind of having to just wait out the low tide. Which it should go to high tide pretty quickly. But yeah, I guess until the low tide's over, all we can do is wait.
Brace yourselves! The water is rising!
Okay, it's almost up to height. Okay, it's no longer inaccessible. I'm curious what the storm does. Like, when the storm happens, will that mean my my boats can't go out? Because it's wind 100%. Maybe set up a second dock? Well, the comment, like I said before, is there's an obstruction on this dock that I just need to get rid of the obstruction. Once the obstruction's gone, the dock is actually in a good situation where the building should prevent debris from blocking it. Once I get that. Captain, the sea level is falling. It seems the sea level has dropped, which means we can now safely build in those new areas. The sea level drop over time, revealing new areas, resources, and events. Changing tides will only go up to sea level or below it. Okay. The sea level will drop over time, revealing new areas, resources, and events. Changing tides will only go up to sea level or below. Okay. So basically, it's saying it will never go higher than this line here. This is the bare minimum, or this is the highest the water will ever go. But every once in a while, the water level will decrease, and that opens up new areas. Oh, come on. The problem is I don't think we got enough material to... Yeah, I didn't get enough material to do anything with that. Right, because that's low tide again. looking for is there a spot where I can drop a ladder? Okay, so you're solid. This whole way is just solid. So what I would need to do, build one square of platform here. And there. Okay, so let's go over to where I got my bridge over here for right now. So I need to take these materials back so I can get down here to get more materials. Okay, so in theory, they should be able to reach that lower platform now. What's the 3 dots about? Because it's implying that the water level has permanently gone down, which is not what I expected to be a mechanic in the game. But by going down here, we can get at a lot of this stuff that's piled up down here. There's that.
Time starts now.
There's explosives down there. Okay. No, so if you look at it, as you're correcting me, this ladder up here, I can't take these up. I need the advanced disassembly thing. These, I can't pick up either. I have to explode them and then go down and get them. But yeah, you get all your materials back from that. So there's no reason to worry about that. I didn't have any quote-unquote accessible stuff there. Alright. Then meantime, I'll need 4 more wood to be able to get my people to not be homeless anymore. Because it is looking like this is just going to stick to be a problem. I had not anticipated the idea that the water level would permanently go down. I'm fine with it. It was just unexpected. No, there's not an affiliate link. I do appreciate the checking, though. Yeah, so it does also seem like you can move your buildings at no cost as well. Now, to be clear, Bernie, the issue is I don't disassemble these, I explode them. I have a special building I have to get to have it where they can disassemble those.
Wait, what are we building again?
So it's not the matter of can you disassemble it from above or below. I actually have no idea if we can or can't. It's more that is the thing that right now my only choice to getting at is to explode it. So I detonate it into debris and then I pick up the debris off the ground. Like this. And this. Ooh, I need to make sure I don't detonate that one. I shouldn't have put that there. Yeah, because this I can just collect. This, I need a special building to have the ability to do that. And I chose the other building. Okay, that'll be the 2 houses I need to handle that all. Our water is now stalemated for a minute, but that should get better here in a second. Yeah, so you're waiting on just a tiny bit more scrap metal, then we can make a metal boat, which should be able to collect steel and will improve our throughput of collecting the materials. We do have a storm coming up, which we don't really know what the implications are. It does say it makes the wind much stronger and all that, which, you know, cool and all that. I don't know what that means.
Building completed.
Like, gameplay-wise, what problems is that going to cause us? Okay, so we moved the dock way down there. We start collecting wood and all that that's lower down. Yeah, it could be wind energy. There's a good couple things it could be. A well-locked crate. Alright. So the metal boat, we're just gonna need to wait on materials for. It's better than nothing, but these houses aren't great for living in. One of the leaders would like to use some of our resources for home improvement. Let's see, we have more important things to do right now. I know a better way. Improve house quality for everyone. All citizens reach house quality 3. Here, maybe this will help. Which is giving up materials. I know a better way. Okay. What do we need to do to improve house quality? We have decor, windows, comfort, and safety. Hey, Dorina, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Let's see here. So housing, roofs. Roofs only take wood. Let's see if we can't improve the housing quality around here. But yeah, once we get the advanced demolition building, I'm going to systematically disassemble this building. In the meantime, we're just tearing apart everything we see. I'm also curious if the roofs, where I've been stacking these on top of each other, is that going to cause me problems? We'll also check, because, we can get the windows added on, and all that should all potentially help. I'm curious how a lot of that ends up working.
Hi, Mike, you see? New buildings available.
So you need scrap, wooden houses, decorations. All of you are going to require a little bit of metal. Alright. Redirects water, decoration value.
Time to relax and to think about tomorrow's work.
Okay, so it bumps the decor up. So that doesn't help the bottom houses, but does help the top houses. Captain, there might be something useful in those old crates. We should send people out to investigate them. Investigate true yellow crates. I'm curious how they actually go out there and get them. Right, so we need a platform to get there. I'm willing to bet there's a bunch inside this structure. We should also start putting this ladder back. Since I'm now getting materials here. Because we could also do the experiment here. Because I could blast that and maybe build a staircase down into the building. And start collecting stuff that way. Alright, bear with me, chat. We just hit an ad break and I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. And I'll be right back. Oh, did it break? Yep. Yup. What game was that? Yeah, no, that's, that must be the service we use for the clips and all that. Every once in a while it breaks. Not super often. Usually I catch it when it does. Or, like, you know, we just kind of acknowledge, like, alright, it's gonna be broken, that's just that. That time, you know, that's a bummer that it broke and it just got stuck there. It happens. So let me just quickly top off my drink here real fast. And then we'll get back to this. But yeah, so I think the plan is going to be that we're going to start at the top of that building. And start working our way down through the building. Because it wasn't stuck for too long. Yeah, I mean, it didn't take a particularly long break. It was just pop into the restroom. Grab it, the bottle and all that stuff. Where you picked up the workbench and it still worked? Yeah. No, I used to have a, I'm hitting all the wrong things. I used to have a command to force the thing to refresh. Wasn't it? Alright, word is spreading about our colony. People are coming here looking for a better chance of survival. We can welcome them for some worker influence and workers. If you can pay, they gotta give us good. Just remember, I'm the captain to gain influence. Find another place. We're full, which is bad for everything. Leave your supplies and move along. Oh. Oh. That is dark. That is dark. People show up like, we need help, and you're like, give us all your stuff. Now go. We welcome everyone. Get that loyalty.
Do you think other places are doing better than us? I'm joking, I'm joking. But really, aren't they?
Okay, and detonate. And what do we got underneath you when you finish collapsing?
Rise and shine, everyone.
Festivity for the people. The people are feeling down right now, but we could change that. How about a small feast to cheer everyone up and gain some personal support? A feast as if I'm a king. What is... So, honestly, I have 130-something food. We deserve a small celebration. No, just stick to the rations. Maybe some household items instead? A feast as if I'm a king.
Listen, mate. As long as you say it with confidence, people will believe that you're right. Am I right?
Okay. And that gets me access to a pile of wood. I see that you have 21 colonists in the top left, but where do you see how much housing you have? So that it's hard to see. There's a tiny little white line to show that I'm above the amount, or I can put my mouse over it says I'm at 21 out of 20 capacity. So it doesn't have the number right there unless you mouse over, but like there's a little red bar here that we don't want to be full. It is full, we just don't want it. I wonder if I could detonate the windows. Or that I can gather the windows. So I think the next time we get the demolition... Well, the boats have been fine, but I think instead of the crane, I'd want to get the demolition thing. Red circles under the worker types is a different thing. Yeah, this is homeless. This is, I've gotten to the point I have people who are not in homes. This is my overall population, like, versus the capacity. And this is, I physically have someone who is homeless right now. Which I'm working on, little by little. There we go.
Construction completed.
Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping they could rip out those windows and then use the fire escape to get down to some of those lower floors. You are... Oh. Okay, my boats are idling, the both of them. I'm liking the idea. There's definitely some stuff I've got to figure out still. I'm also surprised we're at minus a ridiculous amount of water right now. While it's raining and I should be bringing in even more water than normal. Because he only brought in a couple extra people. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet you... Right. So because it's raining, we have no sunlight. Junk NATO? Okay, so there's a lesson we've learned. We're going several days with no benefit there. So that is teaching me in the future, don't, like, you shouldn't lean all in one type of thing anyway. So let's get the demolition building made. If we can get the demolition building made, that's where I can start having them rip apart pieces of these buildings and all that kind of stuff as a source of material. Make stuff like wind chimes. We had toilets to houses to make them nicer. Oh, right, you're a sign, not a, Oh, the sign doesn't give me decoration score. Hold up. That's what I'm trying to do right now, is get some decoration score in here. Gotcha. All right. I'm trying to get that goal done.
Time to relax and to think about tomorrow's work.
Alright. So we're kind of in a bad way with the water situation where all my solar water things have stopped working. And that we're running out of materials I can get out with the boat. We are researching a different way of getting materials that'll let me get at a bunch of this stuff. It just hasn't happened yet. Because of the other building, they should be able to tear apart these for me, where I'll no longer be dependent on using explosives to get everywhere. And then my hope is that we'll be able to like systematically start disassembling everything in that building for materials. Then hopefully go after the advanced ones so we can start tearing down like the air ducting and all that for steel. A sailing trader. Seems like a fair deal. We'll give them... Wait, can't do that. I don't have the wood. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't have what you want at all for any of this stuff. Oh, great. You have just what we need. I can't help you. We don't have enough of this. Can't help you. We don't need anything, right? Why trade when you can just take? Yeah, so we can kill our influence. I'm assuming if you bottom out your influence, there's a big consequence. Unfortunately, I just don't have anything to help them with.
Under pretty unusual circumstances.
I am amused by the idea that someone can show up and you can just basically fleece and be like, give us all your stuff. It's ours now. But you tank your influence. I'm assuming influence will have benefits between interactions with others. That will get more traders and a whole bunch of more stuff like that, and more positive results and all that. Where if we don't have those things, then we end up in real trouble. Right. Yeah, current production is at 0. Is the issue we've got. Oh, that's what it could be. It could be that the storm, the weather is too rough. And so as a result of it... Oh, no, they're out there.
Now.
Interesting that's saying we're waiting for the dock, which the dock's definitely functional right now. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to have the decorations ready in time. I don't have the materials to satisfy that either. Alright, we'll let that sit for right now and cook. Okay, debris has run into the dock and it's kind of getting in the way. So please prioritize the debris blocking the dock.
New buildings available. And this one will need even more resources to build. Yay.
Okay, so when we get 15 wood, we can build the demolition hut. And that should give me the ability to start tearing this building apart up over here. And then we want to pursue stuff like the advanced demolition hut and all that. Okay, so there's the demolition hut. Really have no idea which side the front of it is.
Construction completed.
Okay.
What are we building again?
So we get the even stronger explosive barrels, the metal gathering hut. I want those things, but I think for right now we wait. Okay. Let's take apart those safety rails. Yeah, and that requires the higher level stuff to take that apart. Yeah, so at advanced I could start taking apart all these other things. Yeah, so getting debris and everything blocking up everything here. Which I think what the wind is about is that the wind here is pushing the debris around. It almost seems like the dock workers try and push the debris back away as well. And they're actively breaking the windows out. Yep, so smash those windows up there. And then they'll let us smash the windows down there and see what our goodies. Yep, so once you can get there, do all that. I wonder if there's an easy way to... That's fine. So I'll take care of that one. You got a pallet of goods down there. We'll figure that out in time. In the meantime... we've got them going down here, smashing out all the windows, one floor at a time, so I can get access to more of that building. And get all the nougaty goodness out of the building. Let's go ahead and move you back up here. So, we get the metal gathering one, which will let me get steel. We'll plan to get that working. We did fail at providing the aesthetic improvements they wanted. I do have plenty of wood right here, so we can go ahead and keep decorating. Okay, switch you back to just low priority. Because this will let us break up our first of the yellow crates.
Time to rest, people.
Okay. See if we can take that part as well. Alright, so everything's getting blocked up here from all this junk. So what we could do to help out with this is it might be time to make a second dock. That when one side gets blocked up with everything. So yeah, I think the thing we had earlier where the dock was right here, and it's on this side, that had its pros and cons, but it looks like occasionally the direction debris comes from will move. And when that happens, that's a whole thing. Yeah, so it looks like I gotta work my paths over there, which should be curious when it comes to extending long distances.
Construction completed. Wait, what are we building again?
It's been raining for so long.
Ah, what a beautiful morning. Okay, time to work.
Alright, so just getting ourselves a bit more rain collectors and all that to try and keep the water coming in as best we can. But so far it's been pretty decent. Kind of still figuring things out. I like the mechanics about how it definitely has like the voxel you're building up and tearing down and all that kind of stuff. Still figuring out a lot of the mechanics, efficiencies, all that kind of stuff. I do feel like this thing where we can slowly lower it down, it probably shouldn't be, you know, 0.1. It should probably just snap. Either like 0.5 or like a full box. Because why would I ever want to see 3.9 versus 14? Like that kind of thing. I do feel like that's just not needed. Old paintings. It seems this box contains some old paintings. While not worth much now, maybe they should be preserved as part of the old culture. We should save what is left of our old world. We'll make everyone a little bit more loyal. As soon as money is back, we are selling them. We'll get goods. Paint my face on them and hang them inside every house. Gives influence. Okay, that's just seen as a thing you can do. We should save them, sure.
A pretty normal decision. Under pretty unusual circumstances.
Captain, we found a drifting boat, but it's in need of repairs before we can use it. Let's fix it. Done.
You think other places are doing better than us? I'm joking, I'm joking. For real, aren't they?
All right. Oh, hey, we hit a threshold. Unlocked after reaching 8 happiness, engineers have 5% increased productivity. You're dang right. I'm going to expect 15% extra productivity, though, out of you. You've demonstrated that you're capable of more, and therefore I demand more than the more you've demonstrated you're capable of. All right. Yes, that dock's blocked up, but we got the other boats able to run around and do their thing. If we can get way down there, there's another yellow box in that building. So for what it's worth, it does appear I could tear up the floors and all that. All our engineers shall now be called Scotty. Correct. Because Scotty doesn't know, and we're not going to tell Scotty. I know that's not the reference you were making, but it is the reference I'm choosing to divert to at this time. Okay, so you're training the metal gathering one. That's going to require more scrap. Did you do it on his birthday? Well, I didn't do it. That's Fiona. Alright, so the next thing I need to be doing is we need just a bit more metal scrap. The fishing boat is idling, which it is what it is. Where is the boats? Are the boats? Also, that is by far the greatest movie song that not to be nominated for an Oscar probably should have been. Yeah, but young people music is just unpopular at the Oscars. I say, with music targeting millennials as the reference for young here. Docking boat task failed. Rip that up if you can. I think it's trapping our boat back here. Because we got this boat that spawned in for us. And it's just trapped down there. So my hope is we yoink that, that'll free that boat. K-pop Demon Hunter's literally just one. Yeah, keep in mind as referring to historically, because that was... Man, how far back was that? The Scotty doesn't know. How long ago did that come? Was that in the movie? Don't tell me you're still stuck because the tiny piece of steel there also. It's fine. Keep gathering what you can gather. Yeah, Eurotrip was 2004. Oh man. A proper geriatric millennial movie. I say as someone on the older end of millennial. You just wait until you encounter a kid referring to 1990 as the late 1900s. I mean, it's true. You feel really old realizing that was 22 years ago, but it hurts. I know. There's so much of that. Like, it hurts to like think back on time on things and be like, ow. They don't have to make it hurt so bad though. I think the first time I felt that first, like, you know, why do I feel old now? What was it? Was it Blink 182? No, it wasn't Blink 182. What was it? It was one of those bands. So like you're like during like the 90s, early 2000s, like punk rock, indie rock, those kind of alt rock kind of bands. And having them play on the oldies channel and the DJ calling it an oldie, I'm like, you're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. You can't just call that an oldie. An oldie is the 80s and 70s and never anything else. It doesn't matter that decades have passed. Yeah, so the fishing boat is not finding fish right now, which I think is because during the Junknado.
Time to relax and to think about tomorrow's work.
Yeah, the Junknado. So you're hearing 90s hits in the grocery store. Well, that's been a wild culture shift that's been going on. So historically, when it came to like the people who were the big spenders, it was people who would be in the baby boomer generation that, you know, they were at like the height of their careers and all that kind of stuff. So pretty early on from like, you know, young adult on to what's effectively a lot of them getting into their 60s and 70s, they were the main spenders because of just economics. You don't need to get into the sadder parts of that. But that recently, in just the last 10 years, or was it? It's been a little longer than 10 years, that's flipped. That now the primary spenders are the millennials. Partly because, you know, baby boomers aren't getting any younger and they're dying of old age and natural causes and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Or they're well into retirement and they're, you know, they can't be a spendy, yada yada. Basically, time changes. But we're now in the height of our career times and all that. And as such, companies have wised up and are going, oh, if we want to get the spend, we got to go and hook those millennials. And it was definitely a thing the first time you walked into a place that wasn't like a trendy store or whatever, but just your local grocery store or tool store or whatever. And then hearing music that you grew up with in like the 90s and early 2000s, you're like, wait a second. Is this what it's like to be marketed to? I didn't know what this was like. You've got a coworker who was born 6 months after you moved here for college. Feels old, man. Yep. But it was definitely a very noticeable thing where you walked in a place like, this is not the normal music you always hear when you're in the grocery store. You always hear, you know, it's usually like what I would refer to as like oldies or easy listening or that kind of stuff. So going in there the first time and hearing, you know, like the music that was like the it'd be like your punk rock and all that, but it'd be like the censored versions of it, or like the radio edit versions or whatever. Muzak, I don't know what you mean by that. That's a new one for me. Next will be our music as instrumental versions in the elevator. Oh, I've already heard that. That's honestly, I think. Oh, elevator music is Muzak. Gotcha. I've heard even what I would refer to as fairly new songs in elevators, depending on, again, what businesses you're at. But it'd be the instrumental version. You're like, wait a second. It's like, this is a fairly recent album. This isn't, you know, recent and it feels recent. It's like, this has been made in the last 5 years. Like, you know, acoustic version or whatever. Yeah, hearing Backstreet Boys in the grocery store the first time was wild. Yeah, no, you're just like, whether it's Backstreet Boys or, you know, again, I've seen that some of them are being a little bit bolder and they are playing what I would refer to as punk rock, alt rock, indie rock, those kind of things. Again, it'll be like the version without the lyrics, or, you know, like it'll be an instrumental version, or it won't be as loud or whatever. But you're like, wait a second. Hang on. Like, this is Blink. What? So, I'm stuck here waiting on the scrap to get the metal gathering. Is that a wifey I hear? Maybe not. Music was a radio company that put instrumental music in elevators. They might still buy new albums. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard that. It's like the same thing, like you're when you're put on hold on a call, which, you know, doesn't happen nearly as much as it used to because who calls anymore? But in those cases where you do need to call, that was another place where I'd hear some relatively modern music when you're calling. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of them you get like the classical music or whatever, or again, like easy listening, lo-fi, whatever. But every once in a while you'll pop on one that they're trying to be trendier, and they'll have like whatever the more recent pop titles are, more recent rock titles are, and you'll be in there like, be like, what? Huh? Alright. So I'm kind of stuck here waiting on them to, like, when I say them, the boats. Waiting on the boats to get the scrap metal. And then waiting on the junk NATO to chill out. It is cool that I can literally tell them to rip up the floor. The only reason I'm not doing that is that gives me wood.
Now.
That was weird. Oh, is that from the junk NATO? There was a yellow crate appeared there. I wasn't going to be able to reach it otherwise. Jamming on Thong Song for 5 minutes waiting. I've heard Mambo number 5 is one I have heard. There's been a few songs that you hear, like, again, on the radio edit or whatever. Like, sorry, not the radio. You hear, like, on hold or whatever. Like, wait a second. Is that what song I think it is? Yeah, so you only need the 12, so once the boat gets back, we should be able to get the metal gathering hut. Now, it makes me curious is with the metal gathering hut, will there be an upgrade the existing hut option? Will it upgrade the existing hut? Will I need to get rid of the existing hut to replace it for that one? Like, that'll be the curiosity. It might just be an additional building. Yeah, we're in pretty sorry state here as well, because we've gone like 4 or so days without any sunlight. My primary water intake is sunlight. We're putting salt water into containers, evaporating it to get, you know, fresh water. But it was just like high tide, no sunlight, rain, no sunlight, storm, no sunlight, junknado, no sunlight this whole time. So it definitely feels like that's gonna be a whole thing. Oh yeah, and you're just disassembling everything, which is totally fine by me. Did you get rain collectors? Yes, but I'm starved for metal. And they don't produce that much, and I've only got 2 of them so far. I put most of my metal investment into getting the sun-powered ones, not realizing how many different events we would get that would disable them. So it definitely feels like for this game, you are going to probably want to lean on at least some of the fuel-based water solutions. But we didn't know. That's not surprising. That's pretty typical. Usually with a lot of these games, my usual comment is along the lines of the first time you play a new colony building game or whatever, you kind of just accept that the game isn't extremely easy. You will lose your first colony because you'll be trying to learn the game mechanics. Something is going to go wrong. And when I say lose, you could survive, but like get yourself knocked down to the point that you're like, you know what, I'm better off just doing a restart. You are taking your sweet time. Survive your first junknado. I mean, the only thing that happened that seemed interesting was there was a yellow crate that hit here, and my choices were I could go over to it and open it if I could reach it, which I really couldn't. It was down here. I'd have to do a whole thing. Or I could go over and detonate it. And it had a timer, which I assume it would detonate anyways. I'm guessing that would be if you start building yourself way up on this big platform, you have the risk of it hitting someplace like here and potentially blowing out one of your supports. And so it'd give you a couple minutes to be like, all right, how are you dealing with this? Are you running down there as fast as you can to, you know, hopefully defuse it or something? Are you building some structure to get around it? It detonates and over, you know, you got 5 minutes to try and rebuild the structure. Like, what do you got going there? Yeah, so you just need 4 more there. And then with that, we should be able to get the stuff done there. And also, for the junknado, we're getting neither sun nor rain. So no water is coming into our place at all right now, even though I've got both. But very soon we'll go there. I'm assuming we can also get some way of, like, electricity and all that. Yeah, and you're now picking up literally everything. Why is my camera, like, locked in at a closer height now? I can't seem to zoom out as far as I was before. Come on, you're right about to finish. You've got more than enough scrap. We got 1 minute, then we can make the other one, which will let us start ripping apart steel. And then we're right about to start having water brought back in. But this is gonna get real grim here in a minute.
New buildings available, and this one will need even more resources to build. Yay.
I can't get my camera out far enough. Let's save the game real fast. And let's load the game again. And see if it'll let me zoom the camera out. Yeah, and that's the thing. We have where you can zoom in and out. Oh, is it Q&A? Well, no, I thought the Q was where you'd like cut through the layers. We can double check that. Yeah, having a layer-based camera, I see. It's weird to me that that's a whole, like, you have zoom and zoom. Because I thought that was going to be doing this thing where it'd slice away at stuff. So we're getting our warning that the water is going to run out. And everyone's probably going to start dying. But, you know, there's not much to be done about it. We either make it or we don't. Because what's going to happen here is we're going to take the last of the water here. But we are going to be producing water again in the next day. And then it's a matter of if I can produce enough water to handle that. But yeah, so mistakes I've made in this run is I went all in on the boats early on. I didn't split apart my different ways of getting stuff, which is a problem. I made mistakes with the docks. I didn't realize the water level would gradually go down as the playthrough went on. Like, it would go down and then sometimes not come up quite as high. So you slowly revealed more and more of the map. And as a result of that, you know, I was unprepared for that. I had to move my docks around and a bunch of other stuff, which, you know, figuring out those mechanics and all that. Which none of that's a problem. Like, I'm not upset about anything. But, you know, it did throw things for a loop. I'm also definitely not expanding as aggressively as I should be. Like, reach other areas. Because I keep seeing all these things about the yellow crates and all that. And really, the only building I've gone for is this one next to us. And I'm honestly just ripping down the building for its materials. And as we get the 30, we can put this up here and start tearing up all the steel and just keep cutting this building down one floor at a time. Because honestly, we've got an okay amount of wood, but we're just short up on everything else. Like, one of the other issues I've been noticing is you can block where your boats can go. And as a result of that, I've been hesitant to just build across at water level to reach new buildings and all that. But the result of that is I probably could have reached a bunch of these buildings by now. And we just haven't.
Time to relax and to think about tomorrow's work.
There's a door on this, I can't tell where it is. Okay, so that gives us the metal thing. Are these supposed to be skyscrapers, or is the ground floor like 5-10 floors down? I assume skyscrapers, but I don't know for sure. Because the interesting thing is that's 0 depth. Down there. Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting, because when we started the map, I could only go to 18 depth. Like, this is the highest. So, this is how much above sea level it is. So it is slowly going down farther and farther. Alright, so your next research... we potentially gather by harpoon. We have the explosives to get even more apart. And we do that, that opens up advanced stuff, which lets us take apart basically anything. There is safety. And metal houses. Alright. I'll definitely say the pacing on this one is fairly slow. Like, I understand part of it is, like, the efficiency and all that, but, like, for me having the game locked in 2x speed pretty much consistently now, there's just a lot of time where, like, we're actively not working on anything right now. They're asleep. There's a send citizens to safety button. Yeah, so it's -4, +4, and then we're going to go back into rain.
Chop chop, people. It's time to work.
Alright. Oh, did we ever get the metal boat? I'm pretty sure we unlocked the metal boat and then we never ended up building it. Because they've got the regular boat there. We got a regular boat here. And then we have the metal boat, which is supposed to be able to get steel. And I think the idea with all that is we can rip up all these, like, various materials on the map to clear it up. That's going to be another 30 metal plate. Okay, and you are gathering that. We can get that that metal in, will be good. All right. Alright, so just seeing what we could do to... Alright, a large ship is passing nearby our site. It seems that they're doing just fine and have a lot of capable people among them. Anyone? Anyone, maybe this changes your mind? So we could give them a bunch of materials to get them to say. We need workers, which we can basically force their hand to give us people. Who needs them anyway?
Do you think other places are doing better than us?
Here's a thought. Can you construct floaters like floating platforms to increase the habitable surface? Not that I've seen. But considering the water level goes up and down, we haven't seen the idea of having a structure that floats. That might be something we get later. But so far it's been rigid structures so far as everything that we deal with. Okay, so we've almost got what we need. Well, that'll be a mess. I'm curious to see what happens. You probably shouldn't stand there, man. That probably is not the play. Okay. So I've got the metal boat running around as well. Cool, so just drop the material down there so we can still access the material. Maybe. Honestly don't know. Alright, so it looks like all these bits of steel here we can rip up now. Can bring this down a bit. Yeah, we can bring you back up. Alright, so I'm just telling him basically all the steel you can get a hold of. If it's not doing anything, rip it up. Get it out of here. That's material we can put to use. This also feels like one of those things that we should be able to just be like, hey, just... You know, any of this stuff here that's just kind of scrap. Just go ahead and do what you do with scrap. Alright. So with that, then... we can go here. Disassemble some of this. And let's see if there's a path now we can get down deeper in this building without being too cursed. So I can get all the way down to this height without issue. So I can go down here. Yeah, as I mentioned before, I do feel like this probably needs just lock to the block and not be this endless slider. I don't think this endless slider does anything to help the situation. Okay. Okay, so you're working on all that still. So we've got -4, +4, rainy day, then -3. So yeah, so it seems like each cycle it goes, the water level's going down 1 and staying down 1. So I slowly get more and more. So this whole building, that's effectively just on a timer before it can reach that, where I just got to survive so many cycles, then we can get down to the base of that building. And then, you know, it's just kind of done. And you're waiting on steel. Alright.
Good job, everyone. Enough work for today.
And then the next thing we'll be able to do is get the advanced ones, the advanced ships and all that, which should be able to collect basically anything we can possibly come up with. Because that's what I'm dealing with right now, is I can't get to this. I don't have the advanced ships and they can't destroy it. It does look like workers can get to the point of destroying these things before anyone else can. Alright, we can take all these up. Those have stuff built on them now, so let's keep them intact. Alright. It also makes me curious. Do I just straight up lose the materials if I do it this way? Or that? It's also fascinating, the idea that I could slowly disassemble everything down to their baseline. It makes me wonder also when it comes to later building. Let's look at our research real fast. Like, to get plastic explosives and all that, production, so goods manufacturing, concrete foundation, concrete supporting beams, metal support building. So you can get the concrete foundation stuff. Cloud catcher. Area decorations, all that. That's fine. Yeah, so it does look like we'll ultimately be able to build this concrete stuff, and that the concrete would potentially be a way, you know, a way to deal with that. Hey, Conrad. All right. So I think once the ad break is over, we'll do a poll and see what people are thinking. I like the idea about this game. The pacing's a little bit on the slow side from what I'm seeing.
What a beautiful morning.
And there's probably ways we could pick it up a lot. Boat is waiting for a dock. Why is there a problem with the dock? So yeah, so it's an interesting one. But I've got a little bit of mixed feelings on it. I don't think it's bad. But like, the pacing is very slow. The fact that accessing more of the map is effectively time-gated, I've got pretty mixed feelings. And people don't know what I'm talking about here. If we look at the pattern here, it's basically the water will recede by 4 meters. You can go down there and grab a bunch of stuff and then run back up. Then it comes back up by 4 meters. No problem. On board. You get access to some resources, and then you temporarily get taken away from. The rain's neither here nor there. But then we have the sea level drop, where the sea level will then, after that point, drop and stay down, which exposes more and more of the map. And I actually don't have a problem with that as a mechanic on its own. But the fact that it's time-gated kind of makes it feel like, oh, just stabilize myself, fast-forward the game till I get access to everything, and then start playing kind of deal, which is not something I would do. But yes, like, here's a pile of concrete, so this is a more advanced resource I didn't have access to until the last sea level drop. So it's kind of weird. I see it as an idea that they probably have, that way you can't rush late-game tech, that you have to kind of at least survive for some amount of time. Alright. We'll go ahead and welcome everybody.
A pretty normal decision under pretty unusual circumstances.
Okay. Like, I definitely feel the building side of this is going to be where it kind of shines. Where you do end up having to, like, you know, really kind of cramp and build your stuff over top of each other and all that. Spreading out the platform. Yep, and that's deliberate. I was curious to see, would we get the steel if I did that? Or would that steel be lost to us? I'm also curious on the steel front, because we're knocking this down and taking the steel. We've seen wood and scrap as debris that passes through.
Research completed.
But I haven't seen the more advanced materials. My assumption is there's a way we'll have later where we can craft those materials. Alright, so we've got the advanced hut. We got the advanced boat. You need steel and mechanic tools. I don't know if we've seen those yet. We have wood cultivation, pumpkin farm, canned goods. We can have leisurely stuff there. Let's start down this path. Keeping them happy. Look, Captain, you know how this works. People support their leaders, leaders support you. I promise my people that things will get better as long as I'm their leader. My time is running out. Can you do something about it? Maybe build better houses? Give them some leisure activities? Or just feed them more? I'll make it up to you, I promise. Let's see, so... seems fair, I will help you out. You will promise to raise sailors' happiness to 15. Save your promises, I'll need something else from you. To gain a bunch of influence. Why are you promising crap you can't deliver? Which gains influence but makes the sailors unhappy. We'll do the one for the influence. Changing your life. Some people like a different path and join another group. Maybe there's something that changed their mind? I have no problem with that. Which is interesting, saying I have no problem with that. We would gain 2 engineers. We would lose some sailors. Know your place and be happy about it. Well, the problem is I actually genuinely don't have any sailors to spare. Here, take the goods. I couldn't give up the sailors. I actually have a spare number of engineers. Every sailor is currently working. Okay, so we got 22. I want to see what happens with this. So we're at 22. Oh, come on. So I don't think that gave us the materials from it, but that's okay. Captain, remember that mysterious building? I think we can get to the entrance. We should probably send some people to explore it. Who knows what we could find? Assign some people to it and figure it out. Yes, the problem is it wants a path here. I will never get used to these controls. So there's the door over there. And I imagine we aren't going to be able to just slap down a building between there.
To relax and to think about tomorrow's work.
Yeah. So I would need to figure out an entire support system between those, which is one of the things I haven't kind of gotten down. Because I've got this style support. They've used those, but that's a pretty long stretch to try and push that. And also with it still being kind of underwater, I'm struggling to get over there. It's possible we could bring that over here. Floating there is an option. It does not appear to be. It doesn't appear, as far as we've seen, that there is an idea of like a workboat that brings people across. And all that. And this is still with the receded water line as it is. It could also be that, sure, technically I can reach it now at low tide, but when high tide comes back, it's going to kill anyone who's over there. Alright. And as I was saying during the little ad break we had there, I think I am going to go ahead and put up a poll about if we want to keep seeing this game or go on to something else. I feel like the pacing of this game is just slow. Like, probably, this honestly feels like the kind of game where I would set some stuff up and do something else in the meantime. I'm enjoying the game and all that, but, like, it feels like so much of it's queue up stuff and wait. It's just, you know, not every game needs to knock it out of the park. It feels like a soft Frostpunk. Yeah, I mean, I think the idea here is it's got the voxel building, and that they're doing the idea. No, sorry, I got turned off that. I've been on double fast forward almost the entire time. Even quadruple fast forward, like it goes, but it's got a fairly slow pace. I don't think the slow pace, for the record, is necessarily bad. Like, I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing, but it does have me wondering, like, okay,
What a beautiful morning.
Captain, focus.
Okay,
We need
time
your
to work.
full attention.
tragedy. A parent says their child is playing near the water when suddenly it swept him away. No one is close enough to save him. We should arrange a funeral, which will take a bunch of food and water. This can't happen again. Build a watchtower and gain influence. Rip little one, time to move on. We gain influence, but people don't like us. Maybe you haven't looked deep enough. Gain a ton of influence and somebody dies.
You better hope that people will support this.
Alright. But yeah. Nah, I think it's a neat idea, because, like, the core mechanic, and, like, where the name of the game comes, part of it is also this, like, I have the camera up and down, and I also have this zoom in and out, and I find myself constantly just wanting to zoom, and then having to use this other set of controls, in addition to having the depth controls as well. I feel like these two zooms should be the same thing. This being separate makes sense. You didn't mean to say it's bad, just the vibe where somewhere between Oxygen Not Good pacing and Frostpunk most gameplay? Yeah, no, I gotcha. So yeah. The point is basically, I don't think it's a bad game, but at least for me, I'm just like, it's not like I'm having a bad time or anything, but it's also not really exciting me. It's kind of landing a little flat. What are we doing now? That I'm kind of like, you know what? It's fine. Alright, so we'll probably end up pivoting from this. I'm still glad we checked it out and all that. So let's get some games on the queue for possibilities of things to do. We could do the water park simulator, which is just kind of a silly simulator where you run a water park. We've played it before, but not in a long time. What else do I want to put on the list? Because we didn't have that there. Like, honestly, if its music was a bop or something let's see, current controllers are inadequate for all the dimensions scrolling. Need meta trackballs. Well, it's not even the controller side of things. Like, honestly, my argument would honestly be even more strong is if the consideration was controllers, you would want less controls. Retro Rewind, I've already 100%ed Retro Rewind. I've literally got every achievement and everything. So there's nothing left for me in that one. It's a really good game, but, you know, it's not a long game. We're here for a good time. Let's see. RimWorld Nudist Grabship Raiders. Nah. RimWorld's still been in that weird place. I think, honestly, like, it's not that I won't play any more RimWorld. I think RimWorld is going to be a little bit on pause until, like, either something excites me so far as stuff going on in it. We can put Go Town in there. That's kind of a silly little, like, sort of crafter city builder. It's very cutesy, very, very adorable. Not a challenging game, but, like, it is one of those things, you know, gather metal, gather wood, build a house. Modulus, that's a very good call. Modulus, because we started that the other day, and I had a good time with that. Alchemy Factory, did they have an update? Major update February 4th was their last listed major update. They do have an update that happened on the 5th, but that it does say new items. Yeah, no, it's been about a month. Manor Lords? When was the last time that Manor Lords updated? Manor Lords. Gotcha. So they did actually have an update closer to 3 weeks ago. I don't have it installed. So like, Manor Lords and a lot of those early access games, I'm very much in the, I'm just gonna wait till it's closer to done. it's kind of a thing that usually I'll give a early access game, I'll play like a stream of it to kind of go, is this a game I want to come back to or not? But these days I'm so burnt on just not being able to finish games because the game's not finished in general, that it's not that I'll never play early access more than like a stream or two, but it's got to be a game that really hooks me. Like, really, really hooks me. Because otherwise I just wait for it to be finished. Because the last time I played Manor Lords, there was a bunch of mechanics I wanted, like, so far as the politics and policies and all that, that weren't just in the game at all. And I was just like, I'll just come back to when this is all cooked in. Because that's the side that differentiates your run, is where you can have your different policies that make your city run differently. We can put Galacticare on there. Any interest in the last Caretaker? I did play it. It looks really, really good. When I last played it, the optimization was atrocious, but I did have a good time. But that's 100% in that I will wait until it is mostly done. Like, I think that's a game that when it does come out, I am going to binge it all the way from start to finish. Like, maybe, like, put in, I don't know how long it's going to be, like 100 hours, whatever. I could see absolutely binging the crap out of that game when it's out. But I don't want to get to where I could get only like 40% of the way through the game, or 50% of the way through the game, or 60% of the way through the game, only to then be like, oh, but you're not allowed to finish yet because the ending's not here yet. They had 2 patches, but a while ago. Yeah, the comment isn't that whether or not it's getting updated. That's fine. The comment is more, it's early access. Yeah, it's early access, like, I want to be able to play a game and finish a game. Did you finish the crime scene cleaner update? Yes, I did. We did all the Act 2 stuff. There was the dev one. I did play that off stream because I was missing some of the nightmare content and the dev map. And the dev map by itself wasn't enough in my mind to justify a whole nother stream of it, because it'd be like just over an hour and then it'd be done, and I genuinely have not enjoyed the nightmare stuff on there. I like the rest of the game, but the nightmare stuff where they lean really heavy into the cult horror side of it, to me that was a very different tone from the other game for the rest of the game, and I didn't really enjoy it as much. There was 1 or 2 nightmare maps I enjoyed, like I enjoyed the cat one because it was kind of silly, but like all the cult stuff was like, alright, this is taking your, it's kind of heavy but also really kind of silly and all that. Did I finish 2 Point Museum? I did. I have 100% to 2 Point Museum. Like literally no achievements left. Yeah, so I got room for one more. So I got Water Park Simulator, Go-Go Town, Modulus, Galacticare. Feels like it should probably see if I can get like a simulation game, like a proper simulation game on the list, just to have a diverse offering. I don't think we do SnowRun right now. Not really feeling like Roadcraft. I'll put Pacific Drive on there. Well, the only reason I hold off on Farm Sim is because I do Farm Sim almost every single time they do a major expansion, and I'll do the dare drops and everything. It's kind of had a chilling effect for me streaming it outside of those times, because I know it's going to be single-digit number of months before I do a thing. Did I ever try Old World? I am not familiar with Old World. Okay, so I've got the poll up. So the list of the poll we got here is we've got Water Park Simulator. That is like, it's one of those games you run around and, you know, you do like the cash register and all that kind of stuff, but it's a water park and all that. We've got Go-Go Town. That is a thing where you collect resources, you build houses, little cutesy people move in that unlock your next resources, so you can build, you know, get stuff to like build the hardware store, so you got the next person move in, yada yada, and you slowly build up a town. We got Modulus, which is a factory automation game. We played that the other day. We got Galacticare. That is a tycoon game, very 2 Point Hospital-esque. And then Pacific Drive, which is a driver extraction game. So think about a game like Escape from Tarkov, except for instead of being a first-person shooter, you collect a bunch of materials in your car and you have to get out of there. It's not a horror game, but it's got like spoopy kind of things. So more a little weird, a little creepy, but no jump scares or anything like that. And then, you know, you upgrade your car to be able to better do stuff. All of these, so every single one except Modulus, let me just put the Water Park, Go-Go Town, and Pacific Drive would be a new run. Modulus, we would pick up where we left off. Galactic Care, we would begin whatever the next map is. While that's happening real fast, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be right back, and we'll pick up with whatever game wins. And I'll be right back. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Alright, so the poll's still going. We have it where Water Park Simulator, Pacific Drive are tied at 9. Galactic Care is just a hair behind at 8. Modulus is sitting around 6, and Go-Go Town is at 2. That doesn't super surprise me. Just because, like, Go-Go Town is... It's a little on the cutesy side. It's not really... There's, like, not really an external constraint or pressure. It's just kind of build your cute little town, but there is like the material gathering aspect of it and all that. But it's not a survival crafter. Like, you're not going, oh no, I gotta find my food, or my character starves, or my villagers leave, or anything like that. Yeah, Pacific Drive. Yeah, no, Pacific Drive is definitely, out of the last 10 years, it'd definitely make my top 10 game releases. Like, Coral Island would be up there, Pacific Drive would be up there. What other games would I want to put, like, way, way up there and, like, in the last 10 years, or just games like, no, this is, like, a game you should check out? The Planet Crafter would be up there. Planet Crafter would be very highly, highly put on that list. Vintage Story. Terraria is more than 10 years. Doesn't count. Vintage Story would be up there. Two Point Museum would probably be up there, for what it's worth. News Tower might make that list. Alright, so leaning very heavily towards Water Park Simulator. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's get this out of here. Yeah, like I said, overall, I don't think this is a bad game, the All Will Fall. I do feel like its pacing's a bit on the slow side. Oh, for those watching over on YouTube, the stream will drop for you for a minute and come back up, because that's just switching categories how that works, so I do apologize about that. Actually, if I'm careful about this, let me go ahead and get, I almost opened Pacific Drive. Water Park Simulator. Let's get you brought up. If I do this correctly, I should be able to go and kick you over to the new stream. It's something I need to be better about doing. It's just kind of obnoxious because I have to go through a whole process of setting up the next stream, then going back to the first stream, and then pointing the first stream back to the second stream. And all that kind of stuff. Let me lower that volume real fast. Alright. Give me a moment to get everything flipped over, so... Water Park Simulator. New water park starts now. Water park simulator. Water park simulator. Just getting all the different fields I need to get set up before we get everything flipped over. Dut, 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 dut. And so now I need to go to your settings. Stream settings. Where's your redirect? Edit. Redirect to... I really wish they would just put these in the same place. Alright, redirect. There. Save. Okay, so everyone on the YouTube side, when I end that stream, it should kick you over to the new one automatically. So thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you over there. Okay, so we got that one gone.